Testing. There we go. I think it works. I guess the mic doesn't really matter today because this is a radar only stream. I'm going to class here soon. But I do hope you guys like and share the stream if you guys like what we're doing today. It's kind of unique. I believe Ryan will be jumping in at points throughout the day to give you guys some updates on the roads and just the conditions and whatnot. I know here in Mount Pleasant we already have an inch of snow on the ground, so this event is well underway. So yeah, stay safe out there on the roads this morning, everyone.
Good morning, guys. For those of you who are still watching, I want to hop on here and give a morning update as far as how we're looking. So first and foremost, I know a lot of you are seeing snowflakes, but it's not looking as heavy as originally thought. I think our forecast still looks pretty good for the majority of Michigan, but for a few areas that we wanted to point out that um, we are seeing some more warm air pump into the lower levels of the atmosphere, which is cutting down on the amount of snow that's falling just because of the we call it the warm nose. We talked about it briefly last night. Joel pointed out on model soundings how to kind of pinpoint and why it's so hard to forecast this kind of stuff. For areas over here in Metro Detroit from, we'll say, eastern Lenawee County all the way up into the Ann Arbor area up toward Metro Detroit. That area right now is switching back to all rain. I know a lot of people in this area don't really have much snow at all from the overnight band of snow, and that is because surface temperatures are hovering over freezing. So they're about a degree or two warmer than what we were expecting, which is why everything is really falling as a mix between snow and light rain right now. So otherwise, if we go back over here to the Grand Rapids radar, we do have snow falling. That looks to be heavy on radar, but it's not as heavy as you may think. And again, that is because of the tad bit warmer temperatures in the lower levels of the atmosphere. That as that precip falls from the sky, it'll fall freezing and hits that above freezing mark. It starts to melt before it reaches the ground. So overall, I think our forecast looks okay for most areas, but there are certain pinpointed areas within that zone that we're going to get less than expected. And that is just because winter forecasting is a degree or two off changes the story dramatically. Because as we can see here, the precipitation right now across a lot of parts, there's a lot of parts of Michigan here. Kalamazoo here, we have this area of really bright snow, but it's not really snowing as heavy along this area as you may think. So this is going to change over to rain here in about, we'll say, 2 to 3 hours, although the delay to switch over is looking more gradual and not as quick. So that may allow for a few more hours across southern Michigan of some snowfall accumulations across the majority of the area here. We'll have to kind of wait and see exactly when that switches over. But it is expected to switch over here around that 10 to 12 p.m. time frame this morning. So for those of you who are still in here, how are you guys looking out there? Do you guys have snow? How are the roads? And where are you at? I'm kind of curious to get a feel um, for how the state's looking right now. I know we have Alex over in Kalamazoo who's reporting light snow, even though it's a snow band here. He's reporting light snow with that. Joel at Mount Pleasant, he's reporting about I think an inch and a half on the ground already. But where I'm at over here in the Illinois County area, I don't really have much of anything on the ground here. So it's really going to come down to where exactly you're at. Yeah, Melanie, just wet in Westland. Let's see here. No snow coming down. Winds are picking up in Gaylord. Southfield is wet. No snow. Pretty heavy rain in Monroe. Just a dusting in, is it Pontiac or Pontac? Is there a Pontac, Michigan? I'm not aware if there is. No snow and wind. Newport, Michigan, Lake Erie. Yeah, okay. So it looks like a lot of people across that southern Metro Detroit area, like I circled right around from Metro Detroit all the way up through the North Metro, all the way down to eastern Lenawee County. If you're in the Irish Hills area of Lenawee County, I'm kind of curious if you're like in Hillsdale, Onstead, Addison, those areas. I'm kind of curious how you guys are looking over there up into Jackson County there, because those were the areas that we expected the most accumulation with. But if you are in that Metro Detroit area all the way down toward the border of Ohio, you're likely not going to see much in the way of snowfall accumulation because the air temperatures are just too warm. It's wet snow in Tecumseh. Okay. Snowing heavy in Hillsdale County, maybe only a half on the ground, though, half an inch. Okay. Thank you, Brittany. So it is snowing. It's just not really sticking very well. Gotcha. Lots of snow. Okay, yeah. So basically, it's going to be a tight gradient here. So if we were to zoom in here to the Metro Detroit area and draw a line, imaginary line, I'm going to assume the air temperature here. I'm going to draw it right through this area right here. So areas like east of this line are likely not seeing much in the way of snow. But if you are west of this line, you are likely seeing snow. So it's a really tight gradient here with the air temperature, and that's because of a lot of warm air getting pumped into the lower levels of the atmosphere there. We have east winds. The lake over here is warm, so that's likely not helping. The warm winds off the lake, well, not really warm, but warmer than freezing winds are coming off the lake, which are really impacting those temperatures in the lowest levels of the atmosphere. So with that being said, we go a little bit further north here. Can't forget about the northern part of the state. We do have snow reaching all the way up into Mount Pleasant. And we do have a break here, looks like. And I'm not sure this is reaching the ground up here in Traverse City just yet. But for the majority of people south of Mount Pleasant, you guys are seeing snow. We have reports of snow from Sable. We have reports of snow all the way down into the Mount Pleasant area at CMU campus. We have some reports of mixed rain and snow there. We have some reports all the way down through the Grand Rapids Metro. We have snow reports as well. So majority of people in the state seeing snow. There's a good sized population over here in eastern Michigan that's getting cut out from those snowfall totals just given the temperature profiles. the stream will be going pretty much all day with this live radar look. So if you guys want to come back and check on your radar, I'll be having this going pretty much all day. Hop on here occasionally and give you guys updates as how we're looking. But right now, I think our forecast that we posted yesterday does look pretty decent, except for a few areas across southern Michigan that are going to see a lot less than what we expected or anticipated there. But otherwise, I think it looks good. We posted late last night, that some of the trends on the models for the Kent County area. In fact, I can go ahead and pull that up here and take a peek at some models here. Let me do this really quickly. I was not prepared. I hopped on here from a dead sleep. I slept through my alarm. So give me a second to get this set up here. I bring this over to this. I'm going to stop screen share of the radar, and I'm going to present my window or my screen here. There we go. So last night's run of the GFS model, I'll go ahead and zoom in here. We started seeing a trend across this rain snow line further north from Grand Rapids and areas northeast. So the latest data from last night shifted the rain snow line further south. And that did include the Grand Rapids Metro, and it included Montcalm County all the way up into, I had a map, hold on. The areas it basically shifted the county south, which included the Kent County, Malcolm County, Gratiot County, Midland County, Bay County, Gladwin County, and Isabella County as well. We're not sure if that's going to be a thing still, but the models did show that shift to the south, and this model was a standalone model yesterday showing that, so we didn't really give it much credit. But then we looked at the European model, which came out late last night, and it also shifted a little bit south. So the forecast that we had for the Kent County and areas northeast was in that rain snow bubble transition. If you recall, the black circle, we called it. So that may have shifted south here. The Euro, for some reason, is still south. So I'm not thinking it's going to be this far south, because this shows accumulation all the way down into the Kalamazoo area. I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's going to be a little bit further north than that, but it does show the southward shift. But if we hop on a high resolution model and look at the snowfall accumulation, you're going to see it being further north right here. So nothing's really changed with the high res model, although it does put northern Kent County in the heaviest snow swath. So we'll have to kind of watch that later on today and tonight. I believe that rain snow line has shifted south. I just don't know how far south at this point. I think if you're in northern Kent County, I think you can be prepared for a more snow solution in areas northeast into the Montcalm County, Gratiot County, Midland County, Isabella County, and Bay County areas, which we had it mostly in a rain zone. But those are the major changes that we are talking about this morning. Again, Metro Detroit area, around that area, an area south of the border. You guys are not getting as much snow as we thought. And then that rain snow line later on this afternoon and evening is going to really depend on how that sets up today. It's really weird how these models shift even up until the event here, because it can be consistent. If we look at like our snowfall track, for example, go ahead and move this through the time period, and I go ahead and click compare to previous runs. Watch how far south this shifts last minute. So if we go back in here and let's go for a Great Lakes view here so we can see a little bit better. There we go. Go ahead and move this out to 84 hours. So you're going to see that heavy snow swath right here. And I click compare to previous runs. Now watch how far south this is shifting, or this has shifted, right? So the main snow band is well north of Grand Rapids here. These are the last couple model runs here. If we go into the time frame here, we start seeing that southward shift, and it kind of stays, and it's weird. Overall pattern here has shifted about 50 miles to the south, and that's over the past 12 hours. So last minute shifting. This is why we don't nail down forecasts until about 48 hours in advance, because the past 48 hours here in this model, it's pretty consistent. But then even with this last minute shift, the forecast still looks good. Just have to shift about a county or so south, but we'll see how it plays out. And with that, I'll go back to my radar screen. So give me a second to get that back up. Yeah, Shelby Township, Macomb. Yeah, for the most areas of Metro Detroit, right now the temperatures are just too warm for snow. It may switch over briefly, but I don't really think much in the way of accumulation is going to happen here. I do see a heavier band of snow working its way north right now into the Jackson County area, western Ann Arbor, up and towards the East Lansing area through Heartland Township, South Lyon, those areas up there. You may be getting some heavy snow with this band. I know people in Hillsdale County were talking about some heavy snow about 10 minutes ago, 5-10 minutes ago. So that's going to work its way north here. But if you are east of that area, the temperatures here are just way too warm. There's too much warm air advection, as we call it, in the low levels of the atmosphere. That's cutting down on how the precip is falling at the surface. So it could fall as freezing from the cloud, and then it hits that warm nose, we call it, in the atmosphere, and it starts to melt. And by the time it reaches the ground, it's melting all the snow away. So, but again, I do think we have some potential here for some flash flooding or some urban flooding a little bit later on today across most of southern Michigan, just given the amount of heavy rain we're going to get this afternoon and evening. So, yeah, not surprised. No snow in Detroit, no snow Livonia, no snow Wayne right now is just going to be a mix of rain and snow. There's no freezing rain that I'm seeing here, even though you see some pinks here on this map. I'm not seeing much in the way of freezing rain. Um, I do think we're going to see a transition over to mainly rain as the morning goes on. I'm not going to rule out a quick burst of snow across this area, but if we look at the temperatures on the surface, they're just too warm right now for snow across Metro Detroit area. And that goes for Ann Arbor, that goes for Monroe, that goes for Milan, Taylor, Westland, Livonia, anywhere in Metro Detroit and areas south to the border. But if you are familiar with the topography and the road network over here in eastern Lenawee County, areas west of M52 from Tecumseh all the way up to Chelsea, all the way down to the border through Adrian to Ohio, areas west of M52 here, that will likely stay mostly snow, if not all snow. And areas east will stay rain or a little bit of snow mixing in sometimes, but mostly rain with that. Let's see here. Will winds be heavier where snow is? Winds will be cranking tomorrow or late tonight, really, into tomorrow morning early. 35 to 45 mile an hour gusts are possible. And that goes for the entire state. Limitation here with this radar is I can only look at one sector view at a time. So I might have to hop on here throughout the day and kind of change views. Like for example, here's Detroit's look, and here's the Grand Rapids look. But if I zoom out here, I don't have a good look on Gaylord area. If I go up there, there's the radar for Gaylord. So we'll have to kind of switch around. We'll keep it on Grand Rapids right now, just because it's most widespread. I'll go ahead and get rid of these MPing reports, so it's just pure radar for you guys. I must have clicked the wrong thing here. How do I get those off? I'm not familiar with this. I usually use GR2. Man, how do I get this off? There it goes. Okay, perfect. So that is your live look at radar here. I'm curious if anybody's watching from, we'll say, between Grand Rapids, go ahead and pause this radar. From Grand Rapids to Kalamazoo here in this heavier snow band, is anybody seeing heavy snow over there? Or is it mostly light snow, or is it falling as rain? Let me know if anybody's watching from that region. Clinton Township has unsurprisingly small wet snowflakes. Yeah, we're going to probably get some of those mixing in there the further east you go. But as far as accumulating snow, I'm not expecting much of anything at this point. It will change back over to snow for the majority of Michigan overnight tonight into early Wednesday morning. But overall accumulation, if you're not in that 5 to 8, 5 to 10 zone north of in northern Michigan there, you're most likely going to get an inch or so of accumulation at best. We're not really expecting much in the way of snow accumulation on the backside tomorrow morning. Super heavy wet snow in Grand Rapids. All right, thank you, Becky. Super heavy near Lake Allegan, GR light snow. So it really just depends on where you're at. Allegan County here in the thick of it, getting heavy snow. In fact, I can do something else here, a little bit, kind of experiment. See if I can pull anything up here from Allegan County. We do have options, or do have pretty cool technology nowadays. It's public technology too. For those of you who want to look at road conditions before you head out, there is something called the MDOT My Drive Map. It'll actually show you live snowplow cameras, not like live streaming, but more like just picture every 5 or 10 minutes of the road conditions where they're at. So, for example, if I go over here to Allegan County and I click on, let me find it. Yeah, here we go. Let me pull this up. Go ahead and share this to you guys and kind of show you what this is. It's a really good tool that we use to kind of look at road conditions as well. But it's MDOT My Drive Map, and it's a statewide map. It's not just for one area. Um, Website is m.jboss.state.michigan.us. If you type in MDOT Drive Map, it'll pop up. But for example, these are your snow plows and also your traffic cams across the state right now. So if you want to see if it's snowing somewhere, for example, Allegan County in Grand Rapids area, I can go over here to Allegan County and I can click on pretty much anything I want to that's here. So here's a snow plow, and as you can see, looking at the picture, the roads are terrible up there. Plain and simple. There's one heading into Allegan. Here's a traffic cam. Yeah, so it looks like it's pretty heavy snow up there. So we're looking like we're getting the expected accumulation over on the west side of the state. Up in the Grand Rapids area, we have so many cameras here. Let's go take our pick here. Oh, wow. Check that out, guys. That is a heavy, heavy snow band there. That's almost a whiteout. That's pretty intense. That's I-96 and I-96 BS, whatever that is. Chicago Drive is what that is. But yeah, this is a pretty intense snow band up there. It's not available. Then over here on the eastern side of Grand Rapids, it looks like it's more of a subtle snow. So again, it can depend on where you're at, but for the majority of people in West Michigan here, we do have quite a few areas seeing pretty heavy snow. Further east in Lansing, though, some snow there, just not really accumulating much. I'm kind of curious to take a peek at these. Let's go back down here towards that rain snow line. I'm kind of curious. We go over to Jackson. Here's a good example. See, this is in Jackson. All right, we have snow there. It looks like it's pretty much covered the roadways. And let's see how far east we go before we get out of the snow. Let's go to Grass Lake. Boom, you're out of the snow. That is a pretty tight gradient there. So if you're in Grass Lake, you're not getting snow. But if you're in Jackson over here, you are getting snow. Ann Arbor West, that's not available. You got some snow there falling on 94 and Zebra Road in Ann Arbor. Is there anything on 52? I don't think there is. There's actually 2 plows out in western Lenawee. That's Onstead right now, 223. Here's one on M50. Man, there's a lot of areas here with a really tight gradient of who's seeing snow and who's not seeing snow. That's pretty intense. But if you go over here to my neck of the woods over here on M50 near Dundee, it's just wet. That's what it looks like outside. So anyway, back to the radar here. Go ahead and pull this back up for you guys. This radar will be going all day for you guys. So if you guys want to check back in occasionally, you are more than welcome to. We're going to leave it on a sector view here, just like this, and we'll kind of move that north throughout the day as that snow pushes up into northern Michigan and that rain transitions. So probably a more of this kind of look. So if you are in the UP, I do apologize, but I really can't get too specific with this because the radar limitations are for one sector area, which is Grand Rapids, and I don't have the radar for a large area of Michigan. So if you are in the UP, though, you are getting some snow right now. Nothing too major up there right now, but that'll kick up later tonight. So we'll have a good look here on the APX radar from Gaylord. But for now, we'll go ahead and focus on the Grand Rapids area. That's where the majority of stuff is happening right now. Starting to snow in Brighton. Okay. Let's see. Kind of rain's falling in Hillsdale now. Just switched over to rain, Brittany, or switched over to snow. I'm assuming you switched to rain. Snowing in Lapeer. Okay. Do I even show my driveway in Van Buren County? If you're not going anywhere, I don't think there's a reason to, because it's probably going to switch. It will switch over to rain eventually, and it's going to melt what has fallen. And I know it's not much, so um, I do think if you don't plan to go anywhere, if you leave that slush out there, it will melt by the end of the day today. So I don't think we need to shovel too much. Snowing in Hillsdale. So I have reports of rain and snow in Hillsdale County. It's just going to show you how tight this gradient is and how fickle these temperatures are, because some areas are getting really heavy snow and other areas are seeing rain. So it's going to depend on where you're at. This is wintertime forecasting for you. It can be a nightmare because you have people like, hey, you forecasted 2 to 4. And yeah, we did forecast 2 to 4 for especially Lenawee and the Ann Arbor area, but nothing's here. That's because those temperatures are just 1 degree, 1 to 2 degrees warmer than expected. It's crazy. All right, but this is going to be the going stream for the day. It'll be on for 8 hours before Facebook will shut it down because they put an 8-hour limit on us. We'll have this going with some music playing over it. Come back, check it on the radar whenever you want to. If anything does need changing, I will post on the page that I'll be going live at a certain time for those, just to give you a heads up. Just, I don't want you guys watching the stream waiting for us to come back if we're off here for an hour or two. I will go ahead and post if I plan to hop back on. I'll let the guys know to post if they hop back on as well. So if we do go live on this stream, it'll be here on the stream, but it's just not going to be, it's going to be a matter of when, really. At very least, I'll probably hop on here a little bit later on when it transitions over to snow and kind of figure out where that's setting up. So expect me to hop back on here closer to, say, 11-ish, 10 to 11, maybe closer to 12, depending on how quickly it turns over to snow or turns over to rain. But yeah, I'm going to probably hop off here, grab some breakfast, go over the models, and then make adjustments to our forecast as needed, get that updated to our followers. But for right now, I'll go ahead and put you guys back on some music. I'll see you guys in a while. Alrighty, guys, it's 11 o'clock. Go ahead and mute this audio for a second. So, a few updates here in regards to how we're looking. We had just posted a new forecast on our Facebook. I'll go ahead and go over what we're kind of thinking here and go over the overall synopsis of how this day is going to go. I'm going to pull up some things here real quick before we get started here. I know some people are probably going to come back in here in a little bit, and we'll go ahead and get started here once we have a few more people in here. But I wanted to go over latest model guidance and kind of give you an idea of what we're thinking. Go ahead and pull some of this stuff up so I can get ready. All right, this is right here. Perfect. All right. All right, so we have anybody hear me? Anybody still watching us? It says we have a couple people in here. So if you guys can hear me, let me know. I don't want to start talking and not be able to be heard. I'll check my audio here. Give me a second. Test 1, 2, 3. Okay, cool. All right, so go ahead and get started here. I'm gonna go ahead and pull Joel's radar off the screen here just for a minute. All right, perfect. We're gonna go ahead and share my screen for you guys. Perfect. There we go. Awesome. All right, so updated thoughts here. Not much is changing, although there is one change we talked about last night. We also talked briefly this morning about, and that is that rain snow line. So first and foremost, this is going to be your high res guidance to HRRR model. This is going to be what the radar is supposed to be looking like right about now. We have rain starting to transition across southern parts of the state. Some areas have already changed over. I know Battle Creek has been reported has changed over. Jackson has changed over. Kalamazoo is starting to change over here. So we do have that snow transitioning to rain as expected right around that 10 to noon time frame. We're right in that center of the time frame here. So as the afternoon goes on, that rain snow line will shift north and it'll settle mainly right around the Grand Rapids area. Now, if you look at our forecast yesterday and our forecast previous days, we've had that rain snow line just sitting to the north of Kent County, which is Grand Rapids Metro. But the latest high resolution guidance here and also the global models are in agreement as well that the colder air is going to penetrate further south and it should shift that rain snow line a little bit further south than expected. So in correlation to that, we have also shifted our map. I'll go over that here in a second. But looking at the radar, the forecasted radar here, we start seeing that rain snow line move north through the afternoon. This is 3 p.m. Go to 4 p.m. We have rain, but then if we look closely, it shifts back over to snow here by about 5 p.m. tonight, and then it changes over to most all snow as that low pressure moves over the center part of the state here. On the backside of that, we have more snow. So a colder solution means more snow, but it might take might take an hour or two longer to change over. So it might be rain through the early parts of the afternoon. It could try to mix in with some snow there. But as we get closer to the time frame here of we'll say about 4 to 5 p.m. we should start to see it change over and stay all snow for northern parts of Michigan, and that is where we start getting those accumulations of 5 to 10 inches up there in northern Michigan. So our updated map is as follows here. The green area is reflecting the snow transitioning to rain that's happening right now, and that's going to melt what has fallen across the area, and then that black circle is going to be the indication line of the rain to snow areas. So I put it pretty much directly over where we think it's going to set up. But I do want to include that Grand Rapids and also Ottawa County to the west here of Grand Rapids, and also Montcalm County all the way up here toward the Tri-Cities could also get on the action here as well. So the heaviest swath of snow has shifted a little bit further south here, with this track of the low becoming a little bit further south than expected. Overall, if you're in this blue zone here, upwards of 5 to 10 inches, 5 to 10 inches is possible. I think most of the people in this zone are going to be 5 to 8. I do think that the potential is definitely there for higher amounts, so I went ahead and put 5 to 10. Up in the UP there, 2 to 4, reflecting latest guidance as well. Across the Marquette area, some lake effect is possible. Some locally higher amounts up there, definitely possible. But overall, I just want to hop on here, give you the update, because that rain snow line does include Grand Rapids, which is a quite a significant population, and also the shift here south with about 25 to 50 miles. So it does include a large population of people here in Michigan. So I didn't want to go without noting that, and that is going to be the only change we're going to make here. Again, winds are starting to pick up as well, although they're really going to pick up tonight across the state. But still, today, gusts up to 25 miles per hour are definitely possible across the state. As far as tomorrow, Dan, we have just scheduled our first briefing for the weekend. The weekend system that we're watching. Now, there is a growing confidence we're going to be impacted by a winter storm this weekend. We will go over that tomorrow at 7 p.m. The storm system has just moved on to shore, so it's being sampled currently. So tonight we'll have a much better idea. By tomorrow afternoon, we should have a pretty good idea what these models are really going to think about and what we'll be looking at here. So join us tomorrow at 7 p.m. as well. We'll be going live. A few of the guys will be on. I believe Chandler's going to join me. I think we're going to have Joel on here as well. So we're going to be kind of going over the system for the weekend. It looks to be a bigger system than this one, but I don't want to get too specific just yet, just because the better model data is still coming in, and some shifting and stuff, some refinements are still going to occur. But it does look like we're going to be impacted by a pretty significant winter storm this weekend. With that being said, that's all I got for you guys. Again, going over some of these models, nothing really is changing except that rain snow line. And of course, those of you who are watching who are living in Southwest or Southeast Michigan that didn't get much in the way of snow, that is because the warmer influences from the lake carried further inland than expected. We expected the marine influence close to the lake shores like Detroit proper and then Monroe County, that like the lakeshore areas. We expected the marine influence to impact snow totals that far east, but we didn't expect it this far west into like Lenawee, into Washtenaw, and up into the north metro Detroit areas in Oakland and Macomb counties. So, majority of people in Southeast Michigan did get screwed over by this storm, I guess you can say. But it does look like we'll have another shot at some decent snow this weekend. That looks like a much better chance. So, for snow lovers, just be patient. It's coming. Um, that's all I really can say for those people over there. I know we had a forecast out of 2 to 4 plus, but it just didn't really happen with that marine influence being too warm for snow. And with that being said, that's all I got for you guys. Anybody has any questions, go ahead and drop them in chat. I'll stay on here for a few minutes, see if we have any people asking questions. Otherwise, I'm going to hop back off here and go back to radar. Speaking of radar, though, I can go ahead and pull that back up for you guys and show you. There we go. Current radar right now does indicate the changeover to snow is occurring across southern parts of Michigan I-94 area. This area right here is changing over to snow. I've had some reports from Jackson and Battle Creek changing over to rain. I keep saying change over to snow, but it's actually rain. The snow is currently moving north, and that is going to usher in warmer temperatures as the low pressure over here moves this way and lifts the warm air north. So across 94 right now is changing over to rain. But this is your current radar. We go a little bit further north here into northern Michigan. We do have some snow all the way up in toward the Gaylord area, all the way across into the central and eastern parts of the UP, up into Marquette areas. So as expected, nothing really significant is changing, but that rain snow line does shift further south, setting up closer to that Grand Rapids area up through the Tri-Cities. So north of this line, it'll be mainly snow expected, and then south of this line, it'll be transitioning to rain as the afternoon goes on. All right, Charlotte, thank you. Yeah, Jackson definitely turning over to rain. Had some people commenting on that on our last post here. So definitely something to keep in mind. We're getting into that noontime frame where I guess you can say peak heating is occurring, but also that low pressure off to our south and west right now is lifting north. So as that lifts north, the warm air below that low pressure will move north as well. Over where I live in eastern Glenway County, we did not see a flake of snow over here. All I got is rain. So I'm kind of disappointed in that. I was hoping for some good snow, but I'll have to wait for the next system, which is coming on the weekend. So again, join us tomorrow at 7 p.m. for that. We'll be covering in detail everything you need to know about it. It does look to be a pretty impactful storm. So I'll go ahead and hop off here. I don't see many questions coming in. I don't see any questions coming in, actually. So I'll go ahead and hop off here, and we'll go ahead and hop back on a little bit later if need be. So I'll go ahead and put you back on the music, animate the radar, and we'll be good to go.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is 12:07 p.m. here on Tuesday. Taking a live look outside my apartment here in Mount Pleasant. We got some snow on the ground. We're close. I think we're about at 2 inches right now here in Mount Pleasant. I haven't checked yet. I'm probably get my ruler out here soon. Speaking of measurements right now, we're going to take a look at the radar because I know some are starting to come in across the area. And full screen it for you guys. So we're going to go one screen here, pause it, zoom in on some of our reports. I have to back it up a little bit. So right now, the winner right now for snowfall thus far, right here in Kent County, just north of Lowell, 2 inches of snow. Earlier report that's now come and gone up here towards, I believe that is, I think it's the Murray Lake area. That's about an inch of snow there, but it's probably up to 2 now. And these rates are just going to continue to increase here as we have another area of heavy snow moving right into the Grand Rapids Metro at this time. And another important thing to look at right now is traffic, which I will go ahead and share on my other screen. Give me 1 second here. All right, that should be on. So obviously with winter weather in the area, you're going to have some slowdowns on the screen or across the area. The most important one right now is on US 127 South here in Mason. There was a crash about an hour ago. I believe it's a crash investigation that's going on right now here in Mason. Southbound is the only lane that's closed. Northbound is good. But according to Google Maps, it looks like that highway will be closed until at least 6 p.m. tonight. So take note of that if you're heading south out of Lansing this afternoon and evening. Elsewhere across the state, especially here on the west side, we got slower traffic. Not completely standstill, but definitely slower traffic, especially right now where the heavier band of snow is indeed falling. Again, we'll take a look at that right now, where it's actually falling the heaviest. And that would be, boy, that's pretty much Kent County, northern Allegan County. Right here, where you see these lighter pinks in between Fenville and Hopkins. That's your bullseye right now of heavier snow. And then we got some more intense snow down here right along the I-94 corridor. So if you're traveling along I-94 here in the next couple minutes, or you are right now, you definitely want to take caution, slow down, make sure you drive the distance that you feel safely stopping in, I should say. And again, that snow band kind of extends over here towards the Lansing area, over near Charlotte, Mason area, and that's going to hinder the investigation on that crash there in Mason. And then we're going to flip back over to our traffic map. Looks like 96 eastbound, pretty much all the way from Grand Rapids until you get well west or well east of Lowell, the Lowell exit. That's going to be slower traffic. Same with M6, pretty much all the way across. And I'm going to assume that here in the next couple minutes, this is also going to turn yellow on the west side of M6, seeing that heavy snow band is coming into the area. And then down here on the shoreline, you got 196 northbound, slowdowns between Glen and Saugatuck. And then spotty slowdowns across most of Allegan County, especially on your main roads, M40, M222, and M89 in both directions. I would say you definitely want to be heating on the side of caution for sure. And then up here where we're getting heavier snow right now in northern Michigan, 131 northbound and southbound, beyond about Cedar Springs, all the way up until Big Rapids. Let me go look at the radar again just to see if there's any. Oh yeah, there's a little bit of heavier snow right here in the panhandle of Montcalm County. and that extends up until Big Rapids. So that's pretty much an indicator that these heavier amounts are indeed falling to the ground at this time, and they're not, evaporating before they get to the ground, inhibited by some warmer air that may be infecting into the area. But you can see that rain snow melt line right now on radar. Let me make sure I'm showing it. Yep. Okay. On radar here. And we're going to switch over to correlation coefficient. I don't know if I have just a single pane for that. I do not. So I'm going to have to manually do it. All right. So for the few of you that are watching right now, we use correlation coefficient for a couple things. If you guys remember, it's in severe storms, we usually look for things being lofted, like in tornadoes, like debris and stuff. And that's indicated by any values, any colors, I should say, that are in the orange to green to blues. But in wintertime, we look for these same areas of yellows, greens, and blues for what we call the melting layer. And as you know, the beam, when you are traveling out from the radar site, it's at an angle about 0.5 degrees. And with the curvature of the Earth, that shoots up into the storm as you get further out. And that's why you don't see the melting layer everywhere on the radar. And I believe this is about 4,000 feet away from the radar is where the melting layer is at. So 4,000 feet up into the atmosphere for some of these areas. And if we switch back to base reflectivity, that pretty much lines up well with the blues and the pinks, which is indicated by snow, and the greens, which is indicated by rain. So a lot of melting and a lot of warm air advection coming in right now in the southeast corner of the state, and it's now getting up to Lansing Metro. We're probably seeing some rain snow mix here shortly, if not right now. It looks pretty heavy over here, especially on the southeast side of Lansing, the Okemos side, East Lansing for sure. So if you're at Michigan State right now, getting out of class, going to class, definitely take it slow. Don't slide into anyone out there. You don't want to have you don't have an expensive ticket for sure. Especially right now it's lunch hour. So if you're going out for lunch, especially in the Lansing area, I would take caution. Definitely some rain snow mix right there. Just making sure I'm not missing anything on notification wise. But yeah, it looks like right now for most of the area across the state, especially north of 96, in some spots, you're already up to about 2 inches of snow, maybe some isolated 3 inches of snow. We don't have any actual reports yet, but I'm here in Mount Pleasant right in the thick of things, and we definitely have 2 inches of snow on the ground. No more, though. So, again, we'll be looking forward to more reports later tonight. So, again, if you have any reports, feel free to put them in the comments. You can also put them in our other posts that we have on our page, mainly because in our live stream, when we're looking at our live stream, we can't see pictures per se. So again, put them in our other posts, and then if you want us to share them to the page, I mean, obviously we'll share the amounts, but if you want us to actually share the pictures and post them on our page, definitely give us permission, and we'll do that for you guys as soon as we get around to it. So again, rain snow line pretty much along 94 here in Kalamazoo, Battle Creek, and then it kind of shoots up 69 and pretty much goes all the way across the state, Lansing to Flint to Lapeer, over to Emmett, and then over into Canada. I'm going to switch over to the Detroit radar because that's a little closer for some of you guys that are watching right now.
Hey, Joel, just want to mention with that heavy snow band moving north of Kalamazoo towards Grand Rapids, some of those traffic cameras are complete whiteouts right now along 131 in South Grand Rapids. So if you are in Grand Rapids, if you're in the Grand Rapids metro area, please be careful if you're on the roads.
That's a good point, Ryan. Thank you. Wow, look at the bright banding going on over here in the southeast side of the state. Now this is a lot closer to the radar in a lot of spots here, which makes sense given the fact that it is warmer on the southeast side of the state, and you have that south wind pulling in that warm air. So again, you're going to be seeing a lot of rain, maybe a little bit of a rain snow mix depending on where you are in the Detroit metro area. But again, this is looking like all rain until the temperatures return to freezing overnight tonight, and the system doesn't end until about 6 to 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. So you guys will have a chance in Southeast Michigan for more snow overnight tonight. However, the amounts will be very low, especially given the fact that the ground temperatures are probably right above freezing right now. So that didn't help you today with the rain. It's pretty much going to be a slushy mess for you guys. Accumulations around 1 to 2 inches, most likely. The further north you go out of that warmer air advection for tonight into tomorrow morning. And flip it to radar. I don't know how true that is around the radar site that it's actually snowing there, because that's taking in the data from our correlation coefficient for sure. Seeing our melting layer just about a couple feet off the ground from Detroit's radar. Yeah. Wow, that's a really intense band there. And that's probably, again, that's probably all wintry mix. Go back to correlation coefficient. Yeah. Most of that's, so especially if you're on 96 right now between, I'd say Holt and Fowlerville, you guys definitely slow down, take it slow. If need be, turn on your hazards. If you feel like you're going, if you need to go really slow, turn on your hazards. That increases visibility for the cars around you, so no one like comes flying up on you on 70 miles per hour. Believe me, days like today, people still go 70 miles per hour out there, or at least they try to. It doesn't end up well for them. So, looking more at the traffic again. I'm just looking on my screen before I share anything. A lot of it kind of makes sense with what we're seeing on radar right now, where the heaviest bands are located. Go back to the traffic. As you can see here, where we're getting some heavy normal snow, kind of wet. Grounds are slushy. 127, especially north of Alma, and then US 10 across from Clare to Midland. Definitely slowed conditions. We had a little bit of stop traffic here near Auburn for a little bit, and that has since started to speed up again. But if you're north of Houghton Lake on 127 across to Cadillac, you guys haven't really seen much of the winter weather impacts yet, but that is only going to deteriorate as the day goes on. Again, remember, as we said in our forecast, a lot of the snow that's going to fall for you guys is going to come later this afternoon into tonight. So don't fret if you're looking for big snow to our north. If you only have like maybe a half inch of snow on the ground, again, we have, let's see, probably another 18-ish hours for you guys, especially to the north for snow accumulation. And with some of these heavy bands that we are seeing on radar coming up from the north right now, you guys, we could be in for a couple inches here, especially in northern Michigan, as those move north. So, see, any comments for the 21 of you guys that are watching right now? 1.5 inches in Alma. Yep, that checks out for sure. Hello from Oil City. Yeah, you guys are 15 minutes down the road from me. Snow and rain are battling here in Okemos, just outside of Lansing. Our road's going to get slick later on. Definitely, especially if you have some slush on the ground right now, I could see that freezing up and causing a little bit of issues, especially around your evening commute. And yeah, the wintry mix will not help with that for sure. So it will be a little slick out there. You guys definitely want to take it slow, especially if you're in Lansing Metro. Hope that helps a little bit. So remember, we are pretty much the entire state will be dropping again below freezing tonight. So anything that's, wet on the road, if it doesn't dry up, it will freeze. It won't flash freeze, but it will freeze over time. I was expecting rain here by now in Berry County. Has that changed? I'm assuming you guys are in the snow right now, right? No problem, Summer. No. 7 inches of snow over there in central Illinois so far. That's just what's to come. Remember, you can't see this on radar, but there's still a lot of snow back out here to our west that still has to move into our area. We may have a little bit of a dry slot here with a dry conveyor looping around the southern side of the storm and with the warm air advection. So it could taper off for a little bit later this evening. But again, those totals will still be around overnight tonight. Or I should say the heavier snow band should be around later tonight. So if you're looking for more snow, don't fear if it's not there yet. Plenty of time left. Snowing heavy here in Barrie, yep. And it's about to get even heavier. These values are, oh man, I wish I had the tool that showed you how many inch per hour rates these are, but I do not, unfortunately. But 46 decibels, sorry, dBz, for those who don't know. That's a pretty big sound return from the radar site. So you're probably going to see anywhere between 1 inch to 2 inches per hour right here in the next couple of minutes, depending on where you are in Barrie County. This is moving up into Hastings in probably the next 10-ish minutes here. So Middleville, Hastings, and then we'll kind of expand out here a little bit. Middleville, Hastings, Vermontville, over towards Charlotte. Anywhere, if you're in anywhere between Allegan, Barrie, Eaton County right now, definitely you guys want to take it slow here in the next couple minutes as this heavy band comes up towards you guys. And of course, the Lansing Metro, especially for you guys that are on your lunch break. And then this will continue to, let me see. I don't know if our drafts make sense for this, but we'll check them out. Yeah. Looks like it's maintaining its strength. So again, 69, 96, especially in West Michigan side right now. Heavy snow band coming your way, 1 to 2 inch per hour rates, I would assume. I do not have the actual official tool on my radar, but usually heavy amounts up above 40 dBz is at least over 1 inch per hour rates. So as long as it's not 33 or higher on the ground, it will stick. And it'll be heavy, wet snow. So if you guys are trying to shovel today, especially take it easy, drink lots of water when you're outside. It may not seem like you're getting dehydrated, but when you're just shoveling this heavy, heavy snow, that's what we call heart attack snow. Is you guys don't realize your body's putting a lot of work to dig out some heavier water content. So drink lots of water if you're going out to shovel. Wear some boots because you never know where you're going to have some isolated slick spots out there.
Just want to show this really quickly. This is a regional radar of what's to come for the central northern parts of Michigan. Here we had that low pivoting up from Indiana. All the snow up here in the northern part of Michigan is going to start pivoting. It's going to move off to the east, northeast with time. So we have all the snow to go back through. The heavier snow is not started yet for northern Michigan. So expect that to start up later this afternoon and evening, definitely, as that low continues to move off to the northeast.
Thank you, Ryan. You're a little quiet, just to let you know. Didn't know if you were far away from your computer then.
I think it's my microphone. It was on my head, not by my mouth, so it should be better now.
Gotcha. I look live outside here in Mount Pleasant. As you can see, the 2 inch. Wow, my neighbor parked like really bad.
Exposed in 4K.
Wow. Sideways parking, but can't really blame him when there's no lines. They were hooping and hollering last night, that's for sure, after that Michigan game. But yeah, about 2 inches of snow on the ground, as you can see here in Mount Pleasant. Very slushy, especially along the where you drive through. You can kind of see that. Unfortunately, my window I can't really clean off my window. It's just water droplets all over it. If I had a giant squeegee, I'd go outside and just right up on the window, but I don't have one that's 15 feet tall. So yeah, there's your live look at Mount Pleasant. I know a couple of you guys that are watching right now are nearby, so you guys probably have similar snow amounts. I saw in Elma 1.5 inches so far. Our our viewer from Oil City. I don't know if you're still on. I don't know if you could give us a measurement. I'm sure you guys are probably at least over an inch over there too. But yeah, go back and put it on the radar here. Any other questions do we see here? Sent a preschooler off to school in a waterproof coat and boots. Please tell me that I did the right thing. Macomb County. I would say so. I know it's not quite snow, but it is definitely very wet out there today. We have PWAT values or precipitable water values up around an inch. So it's very moist. Those puddles will be building up out there, and that rain is going to feel like your kid's going through a shower. So you did do the right thing for sure today. I know it's not snow, but definitely a wet one out there today in Southeast Michigan. Actually, it's pretty sad. Definitely thought we would have snow in Genesee County, but no, we just get flurries, rain, frozen rain, and just rain again. Just sad. Yeah, that unfortunately, you guys are right about where that warm air advection is just notching so far north where it's just affecting you guys. And if you watched this live stream last night, it's a matter of feet. It can be just a matter of feet. If you have 50 feet of warm air advection versus 150 feet of warm air advection right at the ground, that can be the difference between lots of rain and lots of snow. With that being said, I am going to take my lunch break. I didn't have 11 o'clock class today, which is really nice. So I can come back early. But yeah, I'm going to go take my lunch break. You guys can continue to watch the radar as needed. I will zoom out a little bit, see more of a statewide picture. And Ryan will be around as well if he needs or if he wants to jump in. So yeah, stay safe out there if you're driving around, especially if you're going to be driving around in West Michigan right now. Ionia, Kent, Berry, Allegan, Eaton, portions of Ingham and Clinton counties as well, where the heaviest band is now pushing in. So yeah, I'll see you guys later.
All right, guys, it's currently 1:45 this afternoon on this rainy, snowy, dreary Tuesday afternoon. So, going over a few updates here. First and foremost, looking at our current live radar, we do have this dry slot moving in. That was expected here this afternoon. We're going to see a lull in the activity here. Down by Kalamazoo, though, that's probably mostly going to be a rain. So the southwest part of Michigan, there where you see that lull, is going to be mostly rain when it fills back in. But for areas north towards the Grand Rapids metro, and also areas north there, just to the north of Lansing, up towards Saginaw, that's going to be mainly snow as the day goes on. Again, this dry slot's going to pivot into the area over the next couple of hours. The bulk of the low pressure currently sits to the south down here in the central Indiana area, right about here, or just broadly right around there. So we have the warm air advecting north, and we have all this cold air behind the low with all the snow filling in back here in Illinois. Go ahead and take the Illinois radar. There's your snow. And we go back to the north here. That's going to pivot into that area where we forecasted that 5 to 10 inch area up there in northern Michigan. So I just want to give you the update with this. It's not going to, nothing has changed with our thinking. We think that rain snow line is going to set up right around the Grand Rapids metro area. If I had to draw a line, an imaginary line here, it'd be somewhere from right around Holland all the way through the downtown metro, all the way up into the Tri-City area. And areas north of there will remain snow. Areas south of there will remain rain as the afternoon and evening goes on. Expect the activity to pick back up here as the afternoon does go on. I see over here, if you take Detroit's radar, we still have some lingering rain showers here in the area. This is an airport radar look, so just some precipitation in comparison to what the Detroit radar is looking like. Some areas in here you'll see rain, but some areas like, say, right in here aren't really getting that much in the way of precip right now when it all comes down to it. But overall, though, the forecast is on track. We have some areas of heavier snow moving back to the north towards the Gaylord area, overshadowing the entire northern part of Michigan. And that will continue to be the case throughout the day. And looking back to the west, what's going to pivot into the area, this is all still going to work its way up into the northern part of Michigan there. So again, 5 to 10 inches of accumulation is expected to the north of Grand Rapids, the Tri-Cities, up towards the Gaylord, tip of the mitten type of area. And then areas south may get snow mixing in at times, depending on where that rain snow line sets up. But for right now, the forecast that we have on our pinned posts on our page still remains on track. Rain for the south and snow for the north. right, guys, it's currently 2:43 Tuesday afternoon here. I do want to hop on and give an update in regards to how we're looking again. Again, not much has changed with what we're thinking. I might stay on a little bit longer this time to kind of get an idea. So people are getting out from work right now and getting on the road. So I might stay on a little bit longer for this period of time here. But first and foremost, we do have this dry slot. Go ahead and pull up my radar here. There we go. So we do have this dry slot that is cut into the state. That was expected, this area right here. And the rest of the precipitation that we're looking for is right down here, heading north northeast as we speak. So with this area over here, again, Metro Detroit area, too warm for snow. You guys are all rain. That's because of Lake Erie pumping in too much warm air. You go up here towards the northern Michigan, up toward Gaylord, Traverse City, Alpena. Those should be snowing pretty good up there. I know Mount Pleasant has right around 3 to 4 inches on the ground. So, roughly had some reports right between that 3 and 5 inch range from northern Michigan from this initial band of snow. Again, the heaviest snow is still to come for this area. It's not underway yet, but it is on its way. So, from there up to the UP, looking at the Marquette area specifically, nothing really happening up there right now, but lake effect does kick in a little bit later on tonight. So be mindful of that if you're in the UP and lake effect prone areas. Not expecting much in the way of accumulation, major accumulation, should I say, maybe a couple inches up there. But the majority of the heaviest swath of snow will remain down here in the central and northern parts of lower Michigan. If I had to circle, go ahead and, like I said, I covered this before, I'll do it again, up to the Tri-Cities from Grand Rapids Metro and areas north. This will be snow, and down here will be rain. That line has shifted a little bit further south, like we talked about this morning, and that seems to be holding on through the day today. In fact, it's shifted south, and the Grand Rapids NWS office has went ahead and issued, or should I say, extended the winter weather advisories um, for the counties of Montcalm, Kent, Ionia. We'll pull this back up here. Muskegon, Gratiot, Ottawa, and Clinton counties, as well as Ionia, Kent, and Malcolm counties. So they went ahead and extended that for you guys, and they pulled it further south, expecting that snow to be a bit further south than expected, and they are also seeing that potential and that threat as well. But the advisory does cover up to 4 inches of accumulation, and then also the mention that wind gusts will gust up to 40 miles per hour, and that would be the highest chance closer you are to Lake Michigan. So, with that being said, I'm going to take you through. Jamie, we cover the UP, although none of us live up there, but we do cover radar and forecast for up there. Uh, but we don't have any active chasers who are positioned or live up there for right now. In terms of overall model runs and stuff like that, I have not looked at updates, but we can go ahead and do that now for you guys who are on here. Not too many people on here, but we will run through this really quickly so we get an idea. If I go ahead and take this, drag that over, and then we can share screen. Give me a second here. Here we go. Here is your model tab here. This is the HRRR model from the latest 18Z, which is the afternoon 1 p.m. run. So if we go ahead and switch it over here to our precip type, it'll show us rain, snow lines, stuff like that. The low pressure currently, I can also show you here, is actually, I'll do this first. Before we head into this, I do want to bring this in. There we go. All right, we'll go over that. But we see on the model here, we have a low pressure centered over Illinois and Indiana, just south of Chicago there. And that's going to move up northeast. It comes into the Fort Wayne, Indiana area, and it tracks up into the Detroit metro, up into the thumb of Michigan here. And then on the back side of that, we have a pretty heavy precipitation shield, we call it. And we have northwest flow, which could kick up some lake effect snow into tomorrow for some certain areas, but that won't last too long. And we have another system here for Thursday morning that's going to bring a few inches of accumulation. So overall, this is going to last quite a long time. It's not going to be very heavy after tomorrow morning, but we will have lingering snow showers into Thursday, which could accumulate a few more inches of snow depending on where you're at here in Michigan. But the overall synoptic setup here is that low will lift north tonight. Once that low passes off to our east, that's when the winds start to kick up from the northeast slash northwest, turning to northwest here, and that's when your lake effect snow kicks in. Total accumulations as of right now, this is what it looks like, and it has shifted a little bit further south. Even still shifting south here. And if I were to zoom in here, this is the model. I think it's a little bit too far south. We have to kind of play it by ear at this point. Excuse me. But we do have some accumulation stretching all the way down towards the North Kalamazoo area at this point. So we may have to adjust that further south depending on the model trends right now. We're kind of watching what we call mesoanalysis at this point, which really is this. This is your real-time data. We can see the low pressure center over here in Indiana. And we can also look at like our analysis of each level of the atmosphere. We have so many different options here to go through. But the overall, excuse me, the overall thing we're looking at right now is temperatures on the surface and just above the ground, and how much warm air is getting evected in, which is that rain snow line is going to really take shape right now. Over the next couple hours, should I say, it'll really start to take shape and form, and that'll be the deciding point of who's going to get snow, who's going to get rain. But the latest model here, the 18Z, is a little bit further south still. So don't be shocked if you live on that just on that south side of that black circle that we had our forecast. It's pinned to our page if you want to look at the forecast. But the black circle here, if I could draw it, goes from Kalamazoo all the way, not Kalamazoo, but from Grand Rapids all the way up to the Tri-City, Saginaw Bay City area. So overall, I think the forecast looks good for right now. I don't see many major changes here. Again, 5 to 10 inches still likely. I think most people are going to fall between that 5 to 8 for northern Michigan, but I wouldn't be shocked if we got a few reports over 8 inches, closer to that 10-inch mark. So with that being said, I'll go back here to mesoanalysis, and it's really hard to see. Can I zoom in with this? I can. Sweet. We want to get these temperatures as close as we can to freezing. As we look at over here in Southeast Michigan, we have 38, 36, 38, 42 in Toledo, 39 in Port Huron. That's not going to get snow. But if you look up here at 33, 33, 33, 32, that will support snow. And I see those all the way down here towards Grand Rapids, over towards Holland, even 34 degrees there. Excuse me. So the snow rain line may be setting up a little bit further south here. We're going to watch these temperatures throughout the day as the afternoon goes on and make adjustments as needed. But overall forecast does remain intact pretty well. I would think at this point. Don't see many things to really note or change about that. But with that being said, I'll go back to radar. Go ahead and X these models out and bring my radar back in. Give me just 1 second. There we go. Going back here to the live radar, I do see an area that appears as heavy snow here, just to the south of Grand Rapids. As that moves north, it might change over to snow. In fact, I think it will change to snow here. But as of right now, if we flip to our product correlation coefficient, first off, let's circle this. Let's go ahead and circle the heaviest precip right here. This is your heaviest band of blue that we see here. But if we switch it over here to correlation coefficient, you're going to see that it's cluttered. Now, what this means is basically this isn't snow falling. This is large raindrops or sleet or just something bigger than snowflakes falling. This is not falling as snow. It's falling as a mixed precip or mostly rain with this. And that's because those temperatures there are still at 34, 35 degrees. It's not susceptible to freezing and getting to the snow point. So it's falling frozen, and by the time it reaches the ground, it's just turning to rain. As this band moves north, though, it will encounter colder air. And at that point, when it gets closer to Grand Rapids, I would expect it to change over to snow gradually. So if you are in Grand Rapids Metro or in the path of this little heavier snow band here, that's a pretty intense. It's not a snow band, but it's a band of precipitation that looks pretty heavy. If it changes to snow, that will be heavy snow, in particular for Grand Rapids Metro and areas west. If we go ahead and animate this, we'll get an idea here. Moving almost due north at this point. So areas like Kentwood, Holland, and if you go ahead and zoom in here, If you live over here towards Robinson, Hudsonville, Zeeland, Walker, Wright, Fruitport, Ravenna, those areas need to be on alert the next couple hour or two for this band. If it changes to snow, it'll likely be a very prolific snow producer, and it could drop a few inches pretty quickly. So keep an eye on that band here as well. Overall, though, the forecast does remain on track. That low is positioned as we just saw down here in Indiana. Excuse me. That will pivot more warm air up, but also on the backside over here, we'll have more cold air, which is why that rain snow line is further up to the north than it is. There's your current projection or current radar, should I say, for Wisconsin that is currently shifting into the forecast area for that heavier band of precipitation or for that heaviest band of snow that we're forecasting for northern Michigan. So overall, everything looks good. I don't see any changes. If you guys have questions, go ahead and ask them in the chat now. I'll go ahead and answer them to the best of my ability. But if not, I'll go ahead and hop back off here in a few minutes. What's up, Drew? Anybody at all have any questions? I'll wait just a few more seconds here, but if not, I'll go ahead and get the music back up and back on the radar screen. You take a look at Joel's setup here. He's got his GoPro going out his campus apartment up there in Mount Pleasant. So he is seeing right around 3 to 4 inches of snow there. He's measured earlier. So definitely an all snow solution up that way so far. Not expecting that to change over to rain that far north. We'll have to kind of watch that rain snow line. Again, we'll have updates on our page posted. We'll also go live a few more times, more than likely by the end of the day. But also, for those of you who have been watching this for a while, we've had a few continuous viewers. This stream is actually going to end in an hour and a half just due to Facebook limitations. We will restart that stream if we feel the need to, which we probably will through the evening. So right around, we'll say 4:30, just before 4:30, it will likely cut off. And once that does, we'll go ahead and get that right back up and going more than likely. So just be prepared for that right around the 4:30 time frame. This stream will likely shut down and then it'll restart. Facebook, I don't know why, but they have a limitation of 8 hours on how long we can stream. We did it back on August 24th. I believe we were live for like 10, 12 hours straight and it cut us off. So not sure why this happens, but it's a Facebook thing. That's nothing we can do about it, but we will be back. So yeah, Drew, that band, looking at down here towards Kalamazoo, it looks really intense. It definitely, if we go to our regular reflectivity, usually for snow bands, anything over 40 dBz is quite heavy or moderate to heavy. And this dBz here, we're talking close to 40 in spots, if not over 40. Excuse me. So definitely a pretty heavy snow band here. Once you get into the mid 30s, you start talking about moderate to heavy snow. Once you get to 40s, it's kind of like, well, pay attention. But unfortunately, this is falling mainly as a mix or rain. The correlation coefficient or the CC product is something that we use in the summertime during severe storms as well, because we can also tell tornadoes and stuff like that with debris getting wafted. But it's also useful in the wintertime to pinpoint where snow is falling and where it's not falling. And a great example is right here. We see all that clutter here, all that yellow. We call it clutter. That's if it was pure snow, if it looked like this, that'd be pure snow. But because it looks like this, you can easily tell it's falling not as snow. It could be sleet, it could be a rain, it could be a mix, but it's definitely not snow. You hit a snow band last year in Holland that hit 45 to 50 dBz. That is intense. Was that lake effect, I assume? Probably a convective band. Wouldn't be shocked at all. But definitely, this is an area to watch as it moves into colder air the further north you go. So we've been watching that, and hopefully it doesn't affect too much in the way of travel, but it's likely to. We're getting to that rush hour period. And if it's heading toward Grand Rapids Metro, that's not a good situation up there. So hopefully this stays. If it's raining down there, I'm not really sure what's going on. Hopefully it's raining, it'll stay rain. But if it turns to a mix or a slushy or a sleety type of stuff, it's going to affect travel, which is the biggest concern today. We don't want to see any pileups or any accidents in general. That's just not what we want to look at. Yeah, Drew, go ahead and message me or message the CPN chat if you want to, or either or is fine. I don't care. Be curious to see that if you have video. All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and hop off here. Be watching, and I'll be ready to start to stream back up here if it cuts off. But like I said, I expect it to cut off right around 4:30. The exact time will be likely about 4:33 ish. Um, I take that back, about 4:27 ish. It'll more likely shut off. So be prepared for that. So otherwise, the forecast that we posted earlier this morning is on track. 5 to 10 inches of snow in that band of heavy precip to the north here, and then all other areas to the south will be mainly rain. That rain snow line could shift a few miles in either direction. So be prepared if you're in Grand Rapids, a little bit further south of Grand Rapids there, over towards the north Lansing, towards Alma. Ithaca areas could end up getting snow. Freeland, Bay City areas could get up snow as well. Not really sure where it's going to set up, but we'll be watching here. Right now, the freezing line looks to be right about here if I make it out, which may be right where it's about to set up. So we'll be watching it here at MSC. Check on the page for updates, and I'll be back here live a few times. I'm sure Joel will probably hop on a few more times as well through the evening. We'll be here tracking it, and any changes need to be made, we'll keep you updated. right, so we are gonna end the stream here shortly. We have about 20 minutes of time left before Facebook will kick us off because they put a limit on the live stream timer, so you can only go live for 8 hours at a particular time. So we're gonna hop on here. We're gonna go over everything once again, and then we're gonna hop off. We've had this radar going for 7.5 hours. It's just time to end the stream at this point. If anything happens later tonight, we might hop back on. But for right now, the stream's going to end. So what we have going on here, hey, Joel, thank you for joining.
Hello.
So what's going on with the radar, what Joel has pulled up here on GR2 radar, you can see pretty clearly the rain-snow line is starting to set up here. And that's going to drift. We see how it kind of drifts north and a little bit back south. That's going to fluctuate throughout the day and throughout the evening. Where that sets up is going to be vital to who gets snow and who gets rain. The bulk of the snow is about to move into Michigan for the areas that are expecting the 5 to 8 plus that area. It's coming on shore now. So over the next couple hours, we should see snow start to ramp up for areas in central and northern Michigan, but then areas further south will remain mostly all rain. Now, the forecast that we excuse me, forecast that we had made is still true. I'll go ahead and pull that up for you guys and show you our final thinking with this. With that rain snow line coming in further south, we have shifted that rain snow line a little bit further south with this afternoon's guidance. Go ahead and pull this up here, and I'll go ahead and share my screen for you guys. 1 second. There we go. I'm going to take you off, Joel, and add myself back on. Here's our final forecast here. So the green area is snow to rain, which it should be transitioning if it hasn't already. I think pretty much the entire green area should be all rain at this point. And that black circle is that area of the dividing line between rain and snow. That's going to fluctuate, which we just looked at Joel's radar there for a minute. We can see that line fluctuating. That's why the black circle is there. North of that transition line into the dark blue and light blue areas, we have an area for 5 to 10 inches of snow. We did extend that further south into the Kent County, Ottawa County, and then also Montcalm County. Those are going to be the NWS in Grand Rapids has also went ahead and extended the winter weather advisory for those counties, in addition to a few other counties. Go ahead and pull that right back up. Muskegon, Montcalm, Gratiot, Ottawa, Kent, Ionia, and Clinton counties are now extended in the winter weather advisory, given that the rain snow line has shifted further to the south. So aside from that, looking at the forecast model here, go ahead and see if I can pull this up for today. There we go. Kind of go hour by hour for you guys who are still expecting snow. If you are in the central and northern parts, anywhere north of Grand Rapids, really, you guys are going to be getting over to snow here by about 6 p.m. tonight. It should change over to all snow here by this model. This is 6 p.m. And then we continue further into the evening. That's going to stay snow. That rain snow line continues to shift a little bit north-south, kind of orients north-south more than east-west at these latest models. So to kind of watch that, how that sets up. But then on the backside of that, more snow all throughout the evening hours, overnight hours, and then snow should start to clear out by Wednesday morning. But lake effect snow does kick in. Not expecting significant amounts with lake effect, but the higher wind gusts will, combined with snow showers, will create some reduced visibilities and stuff like that. So be mindful of that tomorrow morning. And then wind gusts will also pick up overnight into the morning hours. So be prepared for maybe some isolated power outages up where the snow is weighing on trees and power lines because the snow is heavy and wet. All right. With that being said, I believe we covered everything. If you guys have questions, please drop them in chat. Yes, heavy snow coming down Grand Rapids. Yeah, that's to be expected with that. That's just moving back on. I'm going to add you back to the stage, Joel, for your radar there. You can see that bright banding up toward Grand Rapids. It was falling as like a sleet rain mix earlier, the further south it was. But as it works north into colder air, that's going to switch over to snow, which it looks like it has already. So areas near and around Grand Rapids are experiencing likely heavy snow right now. If you're not, it should be changing over shortly.
We're getting a lot of M-ping reports in from Grand Rapids of ice pellets with this, but I'm sure that'll probably change over here very shortly.
Yeah,
It's a lot of pink.
Yeah, it was rain earlier, so it's transitioning to a colder type of precipitation. So that's it's a sign that we're going to switch over to snow here fairly quickly, I would assume.
Yeah, and sundown's in like hour and a half, so temperatures will start plummeting here soon.
Yep. A question in chat from Devin about Friday night snow event. We're going to cover Friday night and Saturday tomorrow. We're going to have a post go out right around 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and we're going to go live on here on Facebook and YouTube at 7 p.m. So if you want information on the weekend system, stick around. 7 p.m. tomorrow. We'll be covering it live here.
There was a question addressed earlier today about getting notifications. I'm not sure if if people get notifications for when we go live on Facebook, but I know if you have YouTube, if you follow us on YouTube and turn on post notifications, that way you can be notified when we go live there. It's just a little bit of a workaround.
Yeah, I don't think Facebook, you can turn on the page notifications for what we post, but I don't think you can turn on notifications just to get live streams. I don't think that's an option on Facebook, unfortunately. But you
Yeah.
can go to our page, click on the 3 dots, and it should have an option to turn on notifications if you want to be notified every single time we post. If you're that dedicated of a follower, we'd appreciate that, but you don't have to do that because it can get annoying after so many posts. I understand that. So.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty quiet chat here. So if we've covered everything, go ahead and hop off here shortly. But again, if you guys have questions, now's the time to ask them. We're going to hop off here momentarily.
Hopefully people enjoyed the 7-8 hours of continuous radar coverage today. Just kind of new.
Yeah, if you guys appreciate or like this, let us know. We'll do it again. We can continue it into the evening too if you'd like to. Right now, though, it's pretty much settling down to where that rain snow line is setting up. It's going to fluctuate. There's not much we really can do from here on out. We've transitioned to snow where it's supposed to be snow. We've transitioned to rain where it's supposed to be rain. So at this point, we're just kind of chilling out.
Yeah, we're up to just under 4. Well, in downtown Mount Pleasant, 4 inches.
That ain't too bad.
Yeah. Whole night ahead.
Yeah, for areas who are getting snow, once that sun goes down, as Joel mentioned, expect accumulations to start ramping up there as we get into the nocturnal cooling. It'll likely start sticking a lot better than what it is now.
Switch over to the Gaylord radar real quick. See a question about Gaylord.
Yes, Nicole, we are expecting that heavy wet snow to continue through the night up there in Gaylord.
Mm-hmm. And that'll be all snow.
Yeah, we're not expecting rain north where Joel has it minus the thumb area there. Minus the thumb and north would be all snow. You're not going to see rain. Midland, you are pretty close to that rain snow line. Latest model guidance suggests you may be in snow for a while, but it could go either way where it could fluctuate throughout the night. So be prepared for both rain or snow there in Midland. How much snow for Harrison? You're going to be in the 5 to 10 range for Harrison. It's snowing there. It's snowing hard there, Matthew. Yeah, it looks like there's a pretty good snow band there over Harrison right now, so not surprised by that at all. Wayne County will be rain. Um, the snow tonight is going to be mainly North Michigan and parts of Central Michigan. The changes back over later on in the night, but we're not expecting much of any accumulation with that second round of snow. Maybe a dusting at most in some areas. Yeah, Jessica, there's a good point there. Temperatures don't drop significantly quickly. It's going to be a gradual decline, but roadways that are wet or untreated will likely start to freeze tonight. So be prepared for that. We're not expecting a major flash freeze type of event, but it's definitely possible that some slick spots could be around across southern Michigan there.
The latest GFS run has maybe an inch or two if you're inland from Lake Erie. Otherwise, if you're pretty close to Lake Erie, you're going to get probably less than an inch. And that's total through tomorrow morning. Because we will have a lot of cold air advection overnight tonight when the winds change out of the north. But
Yes.
the ground is still warm.
If you live close to Lake Erie, what happened is this morning we had southeast winds, and tomorrow morning we're actually going to have northerly winds. So the difference of southeast and northerly winds is southeast is more warmer, and the northerly winds are more colder. So you'll likely have more snow to stick, but it's not going to be significant snow. Lori, the cool down for tonight is going to happen overnight. After midnight, I would assume. But the big cool down we posted about on our page is going to happen on Sunday. We're going to be diving into the teens and single digits after Sunday. So, yeah, for the next system, Lori, that's what I kind of figured you were talking about that. That's going to happen on Sunday. We have this next system we're kind of watching for the weekend as that departs. It's going to usher in a different air mass of probably the coldest air we're going to see this year. Would be a pretty good assumption. All right, guys, we got 5 minutes on here before we get kicked off by Facebook. So if you guys have questions, now is the last chance. We're going to probably end it here in a few minutes. A Cadillac projection is 5 to 10 inches, Brandon. Drew, I can do that on my radar here and take a peek at that. I've gotten some reports of it throughout the area, but overall, not really seeing much to support any major issues with freezing rain.
Kind of off topic, but Tampa and Florida is under a tornado warning right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So anyone has any friends in the St. Pete's, Tampa area, crossing the bridge, tornado warning storm heading for them.
There's also a warning in Florence, South Carolina. There's also a warning for Fayetteville, North Carolina. Lots of populations under the gun here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's Tampa. That's too bad. Not seeing much in the way of rotation with that, though.
Yeah.
I take that back. It's further south, though. Might have cycled south, but off topic there.
A couple more questions just came in. You got 3 minutes.
All right, let's knock these out then. All right, so Oscoda County going to get anything tonight? So Oscoda County, you are going to be getting snow tonight. Likely going to accumulate 5 to 10 inches when all is said and done. Howell accumulation, or Howell's not going to see much in the way of accumulation. If anything, it'll be tomorrow morning, about an inch or so. And that's all I see here. What does Clare, Michigan look like right now? Clare should be pretty much snow for right now.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys, we gotta hop off here though. Otherwise, Facebook's gonna kick us off, and I don't want that to happen. So we're gonna go ahead and end our stream now. We may, I don't know what we're gonna do with this radar. We could start it back up tonight. I don't think we will though, unless we get some requests for it maybe. But otherwise, let us know what you thought about this 8-hour stream. And that's all I got. Joel, you have anything?
Not really. Just leave a like on your way out. Show your support.
All righty. We're going to go ahead and end it here. We'll have updates on the weekend system and also updates for tonight's snow as well on our page. So stay tuned to our page. We'll be having updates regularly posted. So thanks, guys.
Have a good night, everyone.